Happy Sunday, Heather. How are you? Sound check, video check, all that stuff. Can you hear me okay? Everything running good? I am making stuff again. Plywood. What are you doing? Are you plywood again? I know, right? You think just because it calls us that Mike is making stuff, God. Just because you got your channel name making stuff, you want to be all making stuff all the time. All right, guys, I made one of these once before on a live, but I figure let's show you guys how I do it beginning to end. That way, if you guys want to make a little money, these usually, I'll get an order for one and then it takes me a few hours to build it. They'll come pick it up for a couple $100. It helps out. By the way, hi guys. Yeah, look at that. Now 52% more aerodynamic. The first thing I'm doing is I'm going to cut the only two real 2x4s I need, because pallet wood or scrap wood usually don't come this big. And I need them at about, let's go with 56 inches. No, that's a little too big. We'll go 52. Good morning, Alex. I said 56 and then I changed it to 52. And let me explain why I did that. Hold on, let me do this thing. There we go. Once again, 52% more aerodynamic today. So when I make these, I usually take a look at the person that's actually going to buy them from me. And I ain't got no other way to say this. Let me just be honest about it. If the person that's buying it is a bit of a wide body, well, then I might change the width of the bench a little bit, make a little room for them. If there are a couple of little rails, well, then I'll go with my standard, which is 50. This time I picked 52, so I'm going to cut a couple 2x4s at 52 inches. I am going to be operating power tools, of course. So those of you with noise sensitivity, I'll try to provide some warnings of when I'm about to kick on the power tools so that you can adjust your volume and protect your little ears. Namely, right now, I'm about to cut these at 52 inches over on the miter saw. So if you need to, get ready to cut your volume down. And when I come back and I give you a thumbs up, that means I'm done with the live machine for the moment, and then you can go ahead and kick your volume back up. Cool. All right. So we have two pieces at 52. We'll bring it down here so you can see a little better. How badly I just messed that up. I cut these at 52. They should have been at 62. That's all right. We're going to fix this on the fly, and I'm going to show you just how we do it. That way, it may or may not have been an insidious trick to show you that you can build these things straight out of pallet wood. It doesn't matter. All right. So that being said, I want each one of my seats to be, let's see, 26 inches across. We don't need a 26, my God, 22. Yep. We're going to make some more cuts. We're going to cut these at 22 4 times. Miter saw. Cut your volume down, guys. I'll give you the thumbs up when I'm done running the machine. I need my pen to mark out the other side. Walnut epoxy serving tray. Man, that sounds fun. All right, I'm going to try to kick this a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing a little better. The kid picked purple. Oh my goodness, walnut and purple. That sounds interesting. All right, so in either case, if you're following along and you're going to use the 62, or if you're going to make a couple of these as chairs, you can do this doing what I've done. I've cut them at 22. And now I need to take the remainder of my 2x4s. I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to run down this end 18 inches. Just like that. I don't know if y'all can see. But then I need to make a 15-degree kickback this direction. In making these as often as I have a little bit of a jig that I built for it. Mike, Jacob, good to see you this morning. So that's the angle I'll be cutting, and I need 4 of these to make my cross braces underneath my chair seats. All right, guys, miter saw warning. I'm going to go run these off, cut 4 of these out of my drop, and then I'll be right back. I'll give you the thumbs up when it's clear. That's not the miter saw. That's my neighbor and his stupid squirrely serpentine belt. Someday he's going to figure out that noise means something. Try to maneuver this a little better so you guys can get a better idea what the heck is going on. Y'all come back some. Come up some. Crank around that way some. See if that doesn't help. Hey, look at there. I got a head. And I am Kojak right now. Go right ahead. Mike, my joiner's older than that one you have, I believe. I don't know which. I think this one's early 80s, late 70s. But it's the same thing. I mean, 6.5 inch. It's a good little joiner. It does what it has to do. All right. So, like an idiot, I got that little nameplate in the corner. You may not be able to see what I'm up to. But my plan is to take these guys, screw all that together into a pair of boxes, which could in turn use to make the chairs, or you can do like I'm about to do, which is to combine the two, put a table in between them, and make it a single garden bench. Let me grab some fasteners. I got a whole bucket of number 8 by 3 inch indoor-outdoor screws I'll be fastening all this together with. Now I want this to be flush on the underside of it, so I'm going to grab something super flat for me to set all this on top of while I assemble it. And a chunk of plywood from an old shipping container will do just that. That eliminates all the wonkiness out of the beat up table. If I was smart, I'd do like Mike over at Dan's Homestead and I'd cover everything with for Mike. I ain't cool enough for all that. You like that, Heather? You can have it. Wonky, squirrely, catawampus. I think if I had to pick one, that'd be my favorite, catawampus. That just seems fun to say. Again, these things are super easy. They're super quick to do. Once you get them beat up and you get a rhythm going, these things will be a quick way for you to pull in $100, a couple $100. Huh. I don't know if I know enough about Yiddish to know. William, you got Rick a present. What'd you get him? Did you get him a ponytail holder? The old scroll saw. Oh, that's fun. I got one over there, and I want to get into it a little more. Because you can sure get intricate with that thing. I just ain't had time to fart with it just yet. Grab my square. Oh, yeah. It's almost like I meant to do that. All right, guys. So what I've done is I created the first of 2 seat boxes with 2 18-inch pieces, 1 square to 18 inches long, cut at a 15-degree angle, and a couple pieces 22. That gives me this frame. This will be the seat of one of the chairs. Now we'll slap together the other one real quick. And that screw didn't sink, so there you go. We'll set that off to the side. We'll assemble another one.
Drink out of it?
Yeah, sure. That was my 15-year-old who just woke up. First thing he decided to say was, "Can I have some Coke?" I guess. He's at that quasi-rebellious stage. Only time he has anything to say to me is when he wants something, which is fine. We all had that when we were kids. I think the saying is when they stop talking to you is when you get worried, right? But how do you brand new in a box 20 inches porter cable for stand for 125? Good night. How come I can't be cool enough for all that? Can y'all see what damn, or do I need to? Here, let me move some. Shift over this way so y'all see what I'm doing. Hey. I believe the movie and TV people call that the frame. Now I'm in frame. Now, for those of you familiar with simple butt joints and screws, you may be asking, well, why am I only putting one in each corner? Well, for the time being, until it comes time to lock it down, leaving it with just one in each corner helps me to be able to finagle it around if I need to. Gives me some room for adjustment. So let's say, to key into Heather's convo earlier, if this thing is a little cattywampus when I pick it up, then that gives me the ability to come back and adjust. And it's actually not so bad. Let me look. Oh, we're fine. We're only at 88. We're good. Not bad at all. Thank you for asking, John. Hey, Kat. Good to see you. Okay, we made our second frame. And that's exactly what I was talking about. See, I was able to tweak it and adjust it. That's a little out. Perfect. So we made our 2 seat frames. We only got 1 2x4 left, so we're trying to save that as much as we can. I think it's time for me to crack open some pallets. But you guys get sick of watching that. Dozer, how you doing? Oh, it's gnarly. It's beautiful. This thing is roached. And it's exactly this kind of material that I love trying to save. Flip this guy over. A little bit more to fight with here. That will be a good base for us in a minute. Some people hate that sound. Some people think it's indifferent. That it is such a satisfying sound to hear that nail coming out like that. I don't know why. At least to me. I did. I tried to make myself a little more aerodynamic for the bike. Did the cut come from inside the house? Huh. Did the cut come from inside the house? I'm not sure. You mean a cut or a cat? I don't have a cat. And I'm just going to blow this thing apart. I really don't care about these slats. Most of them are pretty roached. So as long as they get out the way, that's fine with me. Set that there. That's going to be a good spacer. I bet this is exactly what y'all tuned in for. Hey Gizmo, how you doing? Y'all tuned in to watch me break down a pallet. That's riveting entertainment right there. Edge of your seat non-stop action. Maybe I need one of those announcer guys. Stay tuned for edge of your seat non-stop pallet breaking action. Oh yeah. Every pallet is extreme. How's y'all Sunday going? Thought this was the video of the rubber? No, actually somebody talked to me extensively and explained why they'd much rather I did the crosscut guide instead of the rubber, but I can do the rubber if that's what you want to do. You guys want to learn how to make nonstick for your tools and your push blocks and stuff? That'd take me breaking out a little bit of the chemistry set. I don't mind doing that. Mr. White, what do you mean, Mr. You're going to break out the chemistry? It's simple chemistry, Jesse. Calm down. Oh, and I got the haircut for it, too. That slide out the way. I'm after them runners is what I'm after. Just woke up drinking coffee and watching me. Oh, God. If I'm what you decide to watch first thing in the morning, that's some pressure. I'm trying to do this in frame to be considerate of the camera and not tear into it like a 200-pound gorilla, but sometimes you need a little gorilla work. Come Come off there, you second. All right. Let go. Hang on. All of that explain it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nails in it. I think they could have stood to put a couple more in it. Maybe it wouldn't have come apart as easy. Sound off in the chat. How many of you actually use reclaimed or pallet wood or stuff like this? How many of you guys find yourselves breaking down pallets on the regular? Paul says all the time. Not go wrong with a pair of these DeWalt pliers. Let me look up the model number. It's written on it. DWHT, which presumably stands for hand tool. Hey, remember the guy I was telling you about with the bad serpentine belt? Yeah, apparently he's back from the store. DWHT 75488. These guys are definitely a lifesaver. I can grab nails with no heads. Bent nails, mangled nails. Chucker, good to hear that you're here. Tearing down a bunch of reclaimed materials so that I can make some garden benches. I already made the seat slats a little bit ago. That one's clear. Y'all out of the way because I don't need you. Not y'all, these two pieces of wood. I always need you guys. What I'm after is I need about 6 pieces of wood to make the front legs, the armrest, and the back leg for the benches. Stand up straight, you sucker. There you go. That's what I get for trying to pull 3 at a time. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Yeah. Now, a good portion of this bench is going to consist of some clear new wood, like the 2x4 I got over here. I already used that for the seat slats. Some of it's going to be this rustic pallet wood. And in going through all these materials, I'm making a determination which one's going to make the most sense. Because if I can hide one of these ugly pallet ones inside the internal structure of the bench, where it's covered up by something else, that's a win. Let's get the rest of these nails out of here. It's also not very fun that I'm trying to use my right hand and it's a little wonky. Not one of those I need sympathy kind of moments, but to clarify all of that as a matter of statement, I had a stroke last April and my right hand was impacted a little bit, so now it wants to get a little squirrely on me. All right, that's a good runner. What I might could do is use pallet runners for the backrests, since they'll be concealed behind the slats of my back. Everything be good. Well, Heather, I'll tell you, I don't think that's the only effect, but it's the only one I'm going to acknowledge because it's the only one that I can't hide, if I'm being honest. I don't know. All of you in the older generation like me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's the one I'm going to acknowledge because it's the one I can't hide. Other than that, I'm fine. Famous last words, right? I'm fine. This dome is very domey right now. I don't know about strong, but it's certainly domey. So he wants a double bench. It's going to be 60 across. I cut those at 22 like a dork. So that gives me 44. So that means I need at least 44. 60 gives me 16. So I need to find me a couple of 18-inch strainers that I can put in between those. Yeah, it's a good question. Mike at Dan's Homestead is a lot more entertaining than me, I bet. If you guys wanted to watch him, you going to be on today? Why am I doing that? I got a chance to show you guys a toy, and I didn't. Watch your ears, guys. I got to turn on the compressor for a second. Mike, tell them all about it. I'm telling you, this thing is a godsend. If you're going to be busting down pallets, you need one of these. Hold on, we'll swing around there so you can see real close. It's the reverse of a nail gun. What you got here is that when you hit the trigger, a pneumatic rod comes flying out here like this. And it just pops nails right out of your pallets. It is such a good thing. Well, if I stop hitting the trigger repetitively and bumping it, it is such a good thing for me to have. If you want to look it up, Carrie, the brand name on it is Upwood. It's on Amazon. I don't think I paid $25-30 for it. Not bad. Break down another one real quick. Oh God, what are they called? Hold on, let me get my phone and I'll find out. Here we go. I can go in my Amazon search history and find out. I don't order very much from Amazon, so the list is short. While that's pulling up, how's everybody else's day going? My orders. Okay, here it is. I'm not going to try to show you the phone. Upwood Professional Air Punch Nailer Nail Remover Pneumatic Nail Puller for denailing and recycling wood. I bought that thing a couple of years ago and it is being awesome. If you were looking for it, let me know you found it. Oh, I got half of mine to get after this with the Sawzall, but I don't want to tear y'all's ears up. Suppose I guess I could use the quote-unquote workout. I suppose tearing apart a pallet is not the according to Hoyle version of a workout. But it gets you moving, I guess. Which, as I understand, for us old folk, getting moving is the first step. Granddad, you just got to get moving, that's all. We're not asking you to run a triathlon, Granddad. Okay. Let go. Do not make me get injured on live while I'm over here trying to pry your stupid ass apart. Alright. That's that one. One more to go. Hello, Birdie. guess if I was a thinking man, I'd already have all this broke down so you guys didn't have to endure all this. I know y'all are probably saying incredibly useful and insightful things to me in the chat about how I should be doing this different. Mike, good to see you. I think at the end of the day, it's safe to say there's really not any easy way to break down pallet. You just gotta. I think the people that advertise there's an easy way to do it, they're just allergic to work. Trying to figure out a way to get something to do it for them. It's not hard work, it's just tedious. Tedious work I've never been afraid of. True story about tedious work. When I was in the Army and I went to basic, one of the first things they had us do, it had just got done, it was a big downpour at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And the drill sergeant tasked us after the rain to go out to the gravel parking lot and turn over all the rocks so the other side of them would dry. I'm glad he did that because that's left me never concerned about tedious work. Work that seems never ending. Just buckle down and just do it. It'll be over soon enough. All right, so I got them slats done. I'll use that V-nailer here in a little bit. Clean these up. I found a Delta utility sharpener the other day, but the belt shredded halfway through, held in the first chisel. Oh, jeez. I think those things have cloth belts on them, don't they? I bet it gets crispy and wore out with age. Got to finish mowing today. Ugh. It's like most other work. It helps to provide some productivity to the day. Even if you're doing something inane like cutting grass. I bet there's some hardcore landscape guys that just lost their mind that I said it was inane just to go out and cut the grass. I think that little incident right there proved my case. Putting foot pedals safety foot pedals on all my machines. Mike, I was telling you about that during your live the other night. I don't know if you remember. Accidentally hit the power switch on the joiner. Okay, Carrie. Thank you for coming and seeing me. I wish I was doing something a little bit more exciting. Right? Well, that's right. You just finished that epoxy and walnut tray that he chose purple. Of all color. Suppose 'tis what it is. Who's got wacky weed? Hey, it's Sunday morning. We ain't talking about wacky weed today. The risen Jesus will hear us talking about the wacky weed today, and nobody beats the Riz. I think the thing that makes this so challenging sometimes is that it's not that we can't go over here and 400-pound gorilla and tear the pallet apart. I mean, that's not the problem. The problem is preserving as much of this as possible that you may potentially want to use, which gives you a gentle hand with it. And that's the rub. I was considering shellac and wax instead of my usual Howards. Y'all enlighten me. I don't buy much of anything, so what is Howard? I'm assuming that's a brand name of a very fine and prestigious wood finish. I haven't done much finishing. I've been exploring. I love that for you, Paul. Howard's Feed and Wax. Okay. They do. These things have been about wore out, which is good. When I advertise these things that I sell, I advertise them as rustic. If you do the same, you should, I would hope you emulate me. Advertise them as rustic. Make it clear in your description that you are using reclaimed and pallet wood. Don't leave them with any doubts of what it is you do and how it is you do it. It has become part of my unique selling proposition. Hey, Mooney, thank you for popping in. Not to plug myself, but I'm going to plug myself because it's my damn live. I did a whole video about the unique selling proposition and how to position yourself as somebody unique in your marketplace. When the conversations about my products come to pass, a lot of times they'll have questions. Well, what's it going to look like? And I am very transparent from the jump. The beauty about my products and my completed projects is that I can tell you with a surety that I have no idea what it'll look like when I'm done. As each one of them are derived from reclaimed, repurposed materials, there's no way of telling how it's going to come out. Sometimes they say, well, nah, I need, especially if they're ordering multiples of something, like say these garden benches, like the one I'm going to make today. They may say, oh, we're having a family outing, I need 4 of them. And I need them all to look alike. I have occasionally, Mooney, but mostly in an aesthetic fashion. Meaning I'll put them there only if it looks like it makes sense with the product, that it's appearing to be old enough to have been nailed together rather than screwed together. Then I'll add nails, but they're usually purely decorative. But as I was saying, somebody may say, oh, I need 4 of these benches, and I need them all to look the same. Well, I think the two of us need to come to an understanding that you might get let down depending on what the same means to you. That's a pretty relative term. Are they going to be equally rustic? Absolutely. Are they going to be built to equal standards of quality and durability? You bet. Are they going to look physically identical? Hell no. Not a chance. Thank y'all for being so patient with me doing this by hand. Normally I'd be in here with a softball and a nail blaster and just bashing this thing apart. But I figured I'd save your ears and ingratiate us with a little bit of conversation. You know, William, when it comes to repurposed and reclaimed, recycled rustic lumber, I think that there's a bit of an uncanny valley involved. How many of you know what the uncanny valley is? Well, I'll just keep talking and pretend like when you answered me because there's a delay. The uncanny valley is something that's typically referred to in art, where if I draw a cartoon and that cartoon is aesthetically pleasing and it vaguely references what I want it to be, then my mind will accept it. Example, Bugs Bunny. Even as a child, you clearly look at it, even though it looks nothing like a rabbit. You know Bugs Bunny's a rabbit. Because there's enough cartoonish indicators there that don't try to be realistic, but still convey the message. And then you have hyper-realistic paintings of a rabbit that you can clearly tell is a rabbit. You know damn well it's a rabbit, there's no doubt in your mind. It is art that is so well done, it looks like a photograph of a rabbit. And the uncanny valley that I'm referring to, Mr. Shoup, well, that's that spot in between where you can't really tell if they were trying to seriously depict a rabbit, but it's clearly off. I think brand new pallets are in that uncanny valley. When I say that something's going to be made out of pallets, you can imagine old, gray, weathered, tore up pallets with stamps on them, you know? Dings and scratches, the evidence of their previous life. If they're brand new, it doesn't really accomplish the purpose. In my humble opinion. I'm working on this one like I am because there's a knot that they put this nail into, and I'm trying not to blow the whole thing apart getting it out. There we go. All right. So we got us 3 runners, which is good. We'll be able to use these for the front leg, the armrest, and the back leg of our bench. Let's get these detailed, and then we can start making a cut, get them pieces assembled in just a second. Again, sorry if I seem a little awkward. The wonkiness from the stroke has got me using mostly my left hand. So I'm still trying to learn how to be left-handed. There are several ways you can weather them, William, if that's what you want to do. My favorite, a lot of people have talked about vinegar and steel wool, and I like that because it interacts with the tannins that's in the wood and makes it accelerate its aging so it grays out and it looks like it's old and nasty. My little trick that I add on top of it is that I finish soaking the vinegar in steel wool, and then when it's over with, I dump a cup of coffee in it. It seems to help quite a bit. And now Mike Standiford's got me all hypersensitive about throwing away all these nails. But I'm going to do it anyway because of my foot. The other night I came out here to come chase the dog who got out. And ran across some of this pallet material and buried one of those stinking nails right through my foot. I know the biggest regret there is I didn't get tetanus lockjaw from stepping on the nail, but I've been boiling it out with peroxide and soaking it. It seems to be, it's going to turn around. It'll be all right. People love it like that with the burned in. Yeah. I don't remember the exact term. Most people, I don't know where the term came from, but they'll call it shosugiban. But that's not the actual term for it. The Japanese actually call it something entirely different. Dadgummit. You can come out of that knot, whether you want to or not. There you go. Yes, sir. Well, congratulations in the category of shit you already knew how to do. You have now watched me tear down a pallet. I think that's what it is. Carbon Sugi or something like that. It ain't that Shosugi Bon or whatever the hell everybody keeps calling it. That falls right in that category with ninjas are martial artists. No, they're not, dingus. They're actors. That whole thing back in the 80s where everybody was wearing the ninja outfit. It's not for an assassin or any of that, man. Granted, maybe some people posed as actors in order to assassinate somebody, but the idea was that they were an actor. They were in Japanese kabuki theater, and they would wear those black outfits so that because there wasn't a curtain to change sets, they'd run out there and move scenery and change furniture and stuff like that to set up for the next scene. And your idea as the person watching the show was you had to engage in a little bit of suspended belief and pretend that they weren't there because their job was to be as invisible as possible while they changed everything up to get ready for the next scene of the show. Not that that mattered. I guess my ADHD kicked in on that one. Oh, I've been doing good. I've been nursing on this 2-liter Coke for 2 days now. All right, so I got 3 stringers. Let's get a length of these. There goes my phase boom. Yeah, shut up. Nobody cares. All right. Now I keep this, which is my template. Okay. 58, 2 at 23, 2 at 24 3/4, and 4 for the back slides. Okay. So let's see what we got. We got a full 4 feet on these guys, which is good. So at the very least, I know I can get the front legs out of these guys. And I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. All right. So I'm going to mark these to give me my 2 at 23 real quick. And in a moment, when I disappear from the camera next, I will be kicking on the miter saw soon after that. For those of you who have noise sensitivity, when I disappear, go ahead and kick your volume off. And when I return and give you one of these, my cuts are complete. You'll be ready to go and kick back up during the conversation again. All right, guys. Stand by. I'll be right back. Watch your volume. So there's 2 at 23. For those of you following along, this will be the front leg. Then we'll have our armrest, and our back leg comes like so. I still got a couple of things to get out of that. I missed those. I don't know how. Probably because I'm an idiot. Occam's razor says that's probably why I missed it, because I'm a dumbass. More on this end too. I love that. Unbad time, don't cost me a dime. I ain't heard that forever. Okay, so we have our 2 front pieces. We're going to mount like so. These will be our front legs on our armrest. The next piece will be like this. It will go back 21 3/4 and then cut back 15 degrees this direction. I'm going to go cut those out real quick. So again, we got this. It's going to go with so. We're going to end up making one left and one right. If you're following along, don't mess that up. You're going to need one on one side and one on the other. And now I need my last back legs, which will be 24 3/4, but they're going to be a parallelogram, meaning I'll lay this one out just like so. So I'm going to go from that corner. I'm going to kick out to 15 degrees. For those of you who don't know how to read a speed square and use it this way, please let me know. I'll be happy to help you out. So go ahead and mark just like that at 15 degrees. Then I'm going to pull tape to 24 3/4. And I'm going to do the same 15 degrees. So my final piece will end up here and here. Both of the cuts going this way. Just a second. Watch your ears. So my assembly will look essentially just like so. Like I said, if you're cutting it with straight 2x4s, of course, ignore the notches and what have you. But does that make sense to you guys? You see what I'm doing? So this will be both of my front leg, my back leg, and my armrest. I'll go find another 24 3/4 so I can cut another parallelogram, make that last leg, and then we can start doing the assembly to get these seats attached to it. There we are. Watch your ears, guys. I'll be a little lazy this time. I'm going to use the Sawzall to cut this guy out. One more time, cover the back end. There's my guy. Yes, sir. Matter of fact, I may take some of these straight runners out of here because I like how this is looking with a straight piece more than I'm liking these guys. Wood butcher. I see how it is, Mooney. Y'all hold on a minute because that's actually today's video. I got to get it edited down. Show y'all how to make a straight rope jig like this, or a crosscut guide. And the unique proposition here is that this little guy's sticking out like so. Well, what I do is, let's say, let me set it up here real quick so y'all can see. And if you show me some love on the video, I'll be much appreciative. Let's say I want to use my skill saw. Well, then I pull the guard, loosen this, jab it right up against my blade, and then set it like so, so that when I put it on my piece to run my cut, this is where I know my cut's going to be. So I can lay my nash mark right up to that. And if I want to use a jigsaw, I move it back for the shoe of the jigsaw. If I want to use a router, I set it for the router. I can even do it with a sawzall if I have to, and set it for that little shoe. I think you guys will like it. I guess I gave up the whole ghost. Y'all ain't got to watch the video now, do you? That was an example of me working myself right out of the job. Let me cut this other end down. Watch your ears, guys. Hey, you tried to fall over, sucker. Back leg number 2. It really does. It really does. The problem is that it does leave the flush cut nails in the top of it. But I'll take a nail set, drop them all down far enough where it's not going to bite anybody or something. Dadgummit, I think I want to cut these other ones just because I don't like those notches. Now that I know I got this option. Whew. Let's just break this one down real quick since we got it right here. Why half-ass it when you can whole-ass it, right? Oh, this is using a big nail. Unfortunately, I think now that yeah. I'm going to break apart these whole slats. That's all right. It's not like I don't have enough slats. And all of these I can give to the neighbor kids. See, I live next to a couple of college kids. Every few weekends, they'll invite the guys from school over and have a big bonfire and get drunk. They get rid of all my scrap wood for me. Had a dream last night I had a bunch of drywall work to do because the kids were a couple of tornadoes. Ooh. That's not. I mean, it happens though. I guess everybody has a Kyle in their house every once in a while, don't they? You can come at me in the comments if your name is Kyle. Hide my benches? No, actually, that's actually a fun part of the life cycle of these things. I don't sell them for very much. And most of the time it's the tech kids that'll come buy them, the college kids. And then it's almost a rite of passage. They tear the hell out of them during the whole school semester. And then when they're done, at the end of the semester bonfire, they'll stack them all up and burn them up. That's fine with me, I don't care. Yeah, they will. Truthfully, I've been on here for a hot minute. You guys might need a break. I'll have to take my boy to work, I think at 12 or 1. I don't know. I'm just trying to schedule it in my head so I know what the hell we're going to do. Thank you for sticking around and keeping watching. I know this is literally like watching paint dry sometimes. But then some of you may get some satisfaction out of it in the fact that it's easier to watch somebody else do it than to have to do it myself. They burn the couches. Yeah. At the risk of getting my channel banned, I'll make a joke. Hell, you don't pay attention to them enough, they'll burn each other. They don't care. Alright, so we got those guys. To get these two, I think that's going to put me in good shape to be able to build all of these arms. And they start knocking these slats off. Where's Booger Mallet? Booger Mallet, where are you? Don't you hide from me, Booger Mallet. I am coming for you, my little pigeon. Bonus points if you got that reference. Oh, well. If I can't find Booger Mallet, I got his big brother right here. Now it's going to bother me. Where the hell did I put booger mouth? He's lost. Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully the fact that I got a bit of a spicy brain makes this a little more entertaining. Fixing drywall hung over. Oh no. For those of you who participated in the Friday night shooting the poop, I got a comment back on the live after the fact. It was a pretty stern stand. Power tools are the ruination of a good craftsman. How about that? All right, let me get all these guys out of the way. So I don't repeat last week and put a nail through my foot. I think we got enough to make our arm assemblies. We'll de-nail these and then we'll recut those guys. I think the front one and the armrest would be just fine. I think my issue is going to be this piece because it's aesthetically it doesn't look right with the notch in it. So we'll switch that up. While I'm denailing, for those of you that are not familiar with my channel, some people would call me the cheapest man on planet Earth. I don't know if I'd say that, but I've been accused of it. My job is to repurpose, recycle, and to communicate the message that we can make do with what we got. No offense to those of you that have a channel that woodworks and goes out and does this, but anybody can run down to the Home Depot and buy a bunch of lumber and then build something and go, ta-da! And it's, wonderful. Mooney, I think I'll probably get away with it with 2 8-foot studs and maybe 4 pallets when it's all said and done. We can get by with what we got. We don't have to go run to the store and buy something just because somebody decided that we were too stupid to know how to fix something. Because somebody decided we were too stupid to know how to make something ourselves. That is true. Renee knows me in real life. He's known me for years. Fuck around. Why you gonna buy that? You could just make it. Why are you gonna replace it when you could just fix it? What the hell's the matter with you? There's a quote from centuries ago. The rich man does not have more than he needs. He needs less than he has. Dan, good to see you, friend. Welcome to the channel. The rich man does not have more than he needs. He needs less than he has. That speaks volumes to me. Yeah. Can you believe that? Hector Rene Segovia has had to endure me for over 20 years. In real life, nonetheless. He can't change channels and go watch somebody else. He wants rid of me. He's got to give me the Midwestern yelp. You know, when you're sitting on the chair and it's about time to go and you don't want to be rude, so you go, well, guess it's time for us to get on the road. Yeah. He's got to give me the Midwestern whelp when he's sick of listening to me. And grab that nail set. We'll drive some of this in. For those of you who may not know, figured I'd show you real quick. This isn't a punch, it's called a nail set. And the reason that it's important is you see how I got this divot in the end of it? That'll go on the tip of a nail and let me strike it down further into the wood. I think they sell these at the Hazard Front. Pretty sure they do. If not, they certainly sell them at the Low Lifes and the Homeless Despot. I think I need to find another place to mount my old school pencil sharpener. I keep bouncing the cover off it. That's looking good. All right, so again, let me go back to that back leg again to demonstrate. We're going to make a 15-degree angle. We're going to make a parallelogram on this. I'm going to use my jig because I have it. And I'm going to find my pen because I had it, and now I don't. ADHD, my friend and my enemy. You help me so much and then you leave me in a time of need. There it is. Yeah, I really could. But that's a slippery slope. And it's not that I'm being lazy about it. More importantly, what I want to convey is that the idea of these things in the grand scheme of what I do is to quickly flip over and get a little bit of cash coming in. Grab an extra $100, $200, whatever. But if I start throwing drink cups, carriers, and now they're going to want a flip top tabletop in the center with some hinges, and now they want a cooler in it, and it just goes a little bit squirrely after that. And you kind of get bogged down in the minutiae of things, you know, where next thing you know, every piece is custom. Everything is uber awesome. And it defeats the purpose and the nature of what these things are supposed to be. That's a weird way to say things, isn't it? Amen, brother. You nailed it right there, John. All right. Once again, with those of you with auditory sensitivity, here in a minute, I'm about to kick the miter saw on. It's going to be pretty loud. So I'm going to disappear off camera. When I do, cut your volume all the way down. When I come back and give you the thumbs up, I'm done with the machine cuts, and you can go ahead and kick your volume back up. See you in a minute. Here we go. All right. Okay, one of these.
I would say morning. In reality, I just slept until the
It is the middle of the day, my friend. Good morning, sir. Did you sleep well?
Yeah.
I'm going to open that container for you.
Yes, please. I didn't just wake up. I woke up sleep. I don't know why I slept in that much.
Because you were tired.
Sorry about that sauce.
You slept in that much because you were tired. Now, thank you for listening to your body. Get some rest. Have a good day. I'm out here doing a live. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Love you. Sorry about that, guys. All right, let's move these out of the way for a minute. All right, I need to kick you guys down a little bit so you guys can see the bench. Bear with me a moment while I adjust the camera angle. Did that do the thing? That did enough of the thing. Okay. Once again, my jig. And I'm glad. The way we do it out here in West Texas is the hell you've been waiting on. A permission slip. Get up, get off your ass. Let's go. Got things to do. So I'm going to assemble this first, just like so. I'm going to use another board to level this out back here. The idea is that I put these together 90 degrees. I use my jig to position my back leg. Screw all this together. There's my screw. to drive one. Then I'm going to ensure I'm square. Drive home the other one. That was loud because I went right through the heart of a knot. You like my little? You don't like my little zipper? This is cool. That little Coleman, I tell you what, the kids tear that thing up. I'm surprised they're not out here rearing it out. If you go look at my first videos, God, I couldn't keep their asses off it. Up and down just about every alley here in the neighborhood. And that will be our first arm assembly. Now remember, I made that one with the square on this side, so now I have to make a right-handed one with the square on the other side. Can't forget that. Money's going to give me hell about the bike now. It's fine with me. Fun fact, my bike is still sitting at a repair shop in Albuquerque, New Mexico. With a fella named Jason. After I dropped it off 7.5 years ago. Yeah, 7.5 years. Which is fine. Sometimes people get caught up and they lose track of time. That's fine. I get it. Jobs take a little longer than you think. I am a patient man. But if you can believe it, every once in a while, every month or two, he does pick up the phone and call me. Dude, Mike, I still got your bike, man. I just hadn't had a chance. Been so busy, man. The shop is wore out. I got 100 bikes in here right now. I just didn't have time to get back there and do it, man. I promise you, man, we're going to line you out. You're going to be straight, dude. Right on, man. Tell them all the time, if I had worried about it, I'd have sued you by now. 7.5 years. Or I'd at least yelled until you gave me another bike. I don't care. I bet I sound like an idiot to you guys haven't accepted that. But I'll say it this way. Jason is a friend. And about 7.5 years ago, he had this wild, zany idea to stop working for the guy he was working for, finally jump out there and try to strike it out on his own. And I told him I had his back. and that I had a bike that needed work on. I didn't care how long it took. Here's the money to pay for it. Bought all the parts, paid for his labor. You just get it done when you get a chance. And I'm thankful that Jason has been so busy and his business has been so successful that he still hasn't had time to double back and fix the bike. So I can wait. The road's still out there. I'll be able to ride it whenever I feel like. Well, as soon as it gets back. All right, so what we got to do now is start getting ready to assemble our bench pieces with our arm and leg assemblies. Then we'll get the backrests, throw some slats on it, call this a day. What time y'all got? 11:47. Listen, I got to go take my boy to work. I think I'm gonna leave the live running like it is right now. He only works a few blocks away. I'm gonna go jump in the car, take him to work, come back, and we'll go ahead and finish wrapping this up. I'm just gonna leave it streaming. Please, if somebody feels so inclined to do so, entertain yourselves for just a moment, and I'll be right back. Hey, look at there, I'm stupid. I'm still here. He goes to work at 1. Y'all are stuck with me for another hour. Let's see what things about. ADHD chuck it to the floor. Set this one over on that end. Did I lose the stream? Are you guys still there? Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, well, I'm going to keep on working. See if y'all pop back in. I don't see the chat going. Life's been good to me so far. I think that's about as far as I can go with that song without catching a copyright. But it is what is stuck in my head. Nah, nah. Plywood, thank you. Glad to know people are just ignoring me. That's cool. Yeah, you see evidence of that squirrely hand of mine? I can't get any torque on this. Spin around and use the left hand. Stop it. You can't sing along to your head, Mike. Do you want a copyright strike, Mike? Because that's how you get a copyright strike. Do. Tell me you hear it in your head too, even though I'm so sparingly doing what I'm doing. Do. Yeah, no. I'm the popular kid right now. I can only imagine it's probably because somebody with a little more substance is doing something. That's all right. Because y'all are my people, and I'm glad you're here. Good to me so far. Bearded Viking on too? Well, no wonder. There we go. Now I jumped on because I had built this bench. Figured why not? But if Bearded Viking is on Mr. 5th of a million subscribers, I don't blame anybody for taking off. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so I got the first half of my bench here. The other half on this end. And now, we'll figure out the cross braces. It'll go underneath. Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah. He's just flapping his gum. Come on now. Flapping your gums is constructive if you're a teacher. Okay, get my clamps. And I intend to brace this up very much like so. These other two pouch pieces. And then if I can, I'll try to show you guys what I'm up to. Maybe you guys are starting to catch what I'm throwing here. Are you guys seeing it yet? Then I take me a couple more pieces of pallet wood back here. As Viking likes to say, write a song about it. You want to hear it? Here you go. There it is. Give me a second. Let me grab my telephone. I'll see if I can't run down a picture of it, so you get a better idea what the finished product's going to be. That'd probably help out a lot. Turn the brightness up. Oh my goodness. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Rustic outdoor tape. I give you $100. She wants me to make one. Sweet. This is what it'll look like at the end of the day. I don't know if I'm not showing the camera right. Can y'all see that good? Let me get over here and look at my. Hey, there we go. Looks about like that when I'm done. I see it, but my glove is not on. Man, now what am I going to do? I got somebody else wanting to order another one. Damn. I guess I'm going to have to build another one, ain't I? That's worth more than that $100 bill. Well, and here's the thing, Mooney, I know that I could probably jack it up some. You know, when I first came to this town, I moved to where I'm at probably 3 or 4 years ago. And just to get my name out the door, I'd sell it for $50 a pop. And then slowly I cranked it up to 75. Now I cranked it up to 100. I'll keep easing it up. But the idea is this thing is just so doggone easy. It's not like it's going to hurt my feelings. Just slap them together and get it done, you know? Yeah, Mooney's like, yeah, you do you, boo. That's the nice way of saying, you know what, you're a fucking idiot. But I'm not going to argue with you. And that's okay, Mooney. I completely argue with you. I don't argue with you at all. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. But I'm an idiot who makes benches. And this is good for little old stuff. Like, I look at it that I don't have any material in it. I don't have any capital investment in it. So I'm just slapping these things together. And if I make 2 or 3 of them a weekend and it throws another $100 in the pocket, then I'm good with that. And cumulatively, what that's allowed me to do over the last few weekends Hey, Wes, do me a favor, check that like button and see if it works. I am building an outdoor double garden bench. But cumulatively, over the last few weekends, what this has allowed me to do, many years ago, Hector Rene Segovia will vouch for this. Many years ago, I ran a pool hall. And I was astounded that the guys that own that pool hall would make thousands of dollars a week. And they taught me something that I'm thinking of right now while I'm doing this. If you ask somebody for $100, they got to stop and they got to debate it. They got to think about it. They have to check their bank book. They got to confer with their wife. There's all these decisions that need to be made. But if you ask somebody for 50 cents, every 20 minutes, and you ask it 200 times, they're a whole lot less likely to even give a damn that you're asking. And more importantly, this this product invariably ends up leading me to get so many more referrals for bigger, costlier jobs. And Wes is a contractor. He can probably vouch for this approach. Because I only asked for $100 asking for this little bench. When I tell them that the built-in wet bar they want me to build is going to cost $1,500, they rarely question it. Because they know that my bench was so cheap that it's probably not that I'm inflating the cost of anything. It just happens to be that much work, that much labor, that much materials. And it paints the picture of me being, quote unquote, a straight shooter in their eyes. That's why Etsy sometimes drives me crazy. Don't make no sense to me. Them boys will take a $5 product and charge you $400 for it. And where the hell are all these people in real life? I got all kinds of stuff I can sell them right now. Yeah, let's break bread. Wes, these one-handed quick clamps has saved my bacon more times than I can count. They are such a good thing to have. Yes, sir. All right. You know what? Just for the sake of the camera, I'm going to flip this around. Because that maybe will give you a little bit of view of what we're doing at the end of the day. All right. Now we'll drop this guy in. Again, using the quick clamps. You know what else it gives me the leniency and the gravitas to do, Mooney? I can sit around here, jaw jack with y'all, and build this thing. Rusty, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I can sit around and jaw jack about this thing while I'm building it. And if these under braces that I put in under here, if these guys are uneven, well, for $100, what the hell did you expect? Sam Maloof? That damn sure wasn't happening. All right. So we have our next under brace put in. We can make another turn. I'm so glad that I could show you guys that this thing was made or could be made entirely out of plywood or out of pallet wood. For materials, I ain't got a nickel in this thing. Again, my number 8 by 3 inch indoor outdoor deck screws. Rebuilding the bandsaw. Watch out now. Good job, Rusty. Again, I know I've said it a bunch of times, but for those of you that may perhaps be on the spectrum or have noise sensitivity, I apologize for the sound of the impact. I'm driving some pretty long screws here, so I got to impact it quite a ways, even though it is pine. Okay. Bear with me a moment. All right, hang in there. I'm going to try to move the camera. It's a little glitchy and it might short out, but I can get it fixed if it goes dead. I wanted to give you a peek of how it looks all together. That reminds me of Mitch Hedberg. Why do they call it corn and corn on the cob? Why don't they call the other corn off the cob? All right. So that's what we got so far. We got our arm assemblies done, our 2 seats. We put our braces in between. Now we'll put 4 backrests here, 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 and here. We'll lay some slats, build us a table right here in the middle. We'll be ready to call and send this guy out the door. Big Max, good to see you. Those of you just joining in, thank you for coming in. I know it is 12:15, so most of you just got out of church probably. Hope it was a good service. I hope it inspired you to not be like the people I usually run into after church. And I know the minute I say this, some of you are going to agree emphatically and some of you are going to curl your lip. Isn't it funny? As someone who previously worked in the restaurant industry, how people will go to church, they'll learn the teachings of Christ, how to be kind and gentle and empathetic, patient, and then they'll get out of church, go to the restaurant, and treat the server like absolute shit. They just do that. It doesn't make any damn sense to me. You just got out of class. How'd you forget the lesson that quick? You know what I mean? How could you have possibly forgotten what the preacher just told you 20 minutes ago? One of those weird, unfathomable questions of life, I suppose. We're going to cut up our last full 2x4 because I don't want to waste y'all's time watching me break down more pallets. Y'all already know how to do that. You already saw me break down 2 or 3. For my back slats, I'm going to cut 4 pieces square to square at 24 inches, depending on what the size of this stud is. Now, if you go to Lowe's or you go to Home Depot, some of them will sell you an 8-foot stud, and they'll call it an 8-foot stud, and it's 96 inches, which is true 8 foot. Or they may sell you a builder's stud, which they know it's going to have a top cap and a bottom cap on it. The wall is going to be 8 foot, so they'll subtract 3 inches from it and sell you a 93-inch stud, calling it a builder's stud. Which I think is just another way to gyp us all. But I digress. Let's see how long this stud actually is. They did me right. I am rocking a full 96 inches. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this at 48 and have it again so I get 4 24s or whatever they end up being. As long as they're all the same, it's really not going to matter. Again, for those of you with the noise sensitivity, as soon as I disappear from the camera with this board, I'm going to be over at the miter saw. I'm going to kick on a machine that's pretty loud. So turn your volume down. When I come back and give you the thumbs up, the machine cuts will be over and we'll be ready to talk again. Just a moment, guys. I'll scoot y'all out of the way a little bit because that stud's got to run along right behind you. Watch your ears, folks. Welcome back. Yeah, absolutely, Wes. I think that they definitely have a place. My problem is how they advertise it. The first time I saw them, they got me because I didn't take my tape with me. It was an idiot move on my part. and I didn't take my tape with me to the store. So I made the assumption that when it said 8-foot stud, it meant 8-foot stud. Then I got to the house and realized that I'm about 3 inches short. That's what she said. All right. So to get you guys to keep watching what I'm doing, I'm going to go ahead and bring the frame back up here. And I'm going to attach those 4 backrests so you guys can watch what's up. Fun fact, my bench is literally built for the specific purpose of building these garden benches because I sell so many of them every year. Just another one of those steps in the automation process. Try to keep things working as efficiently as possible. What I'm doing is I'm flushing the far corner up with the bottom of my board. Come on now. There you go. I just put up all my squeeze clamps because I'm an idiot. All right, here we go. Let's jam this back in here. Just like that. And the idea I hope to show is the reason that I cut all of these at 18 on the seat butts and the armrest is at 21 3/4 up here is because that 15-degree angle lines up so that my backrest runs flush right along with the back of that armrest. Comes together real pretty, like I actually know what the hell I'm doing. And I'm going to run some 3-inch screws through this. In about 2 or 3 places. Just stiffen it up. All right, that's one of our backrests in. Now remember when I first started this, I didn't have stringers long enough to go all the way across. That's why I added these down here. So now, normally these would be here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 15-degree bevels on the 2 inside ones, which will allow me, or I can be smarter than that and just measure where that's going to be level in a minute. Yeah, that's probably the smarter idea. I'll be using the Sawzall again. You wood butcher! I broke out the Sawzall to cut up some pallets, and somebody called me a wood butcher. Well, you know what? I might be a wood butcher. But without a butcher, you ain't got no steak. How about that? It's 2 backrests in place. Put some over on the other side. Let's see if I can jack the camera around so you can see a little better what I'm doing on the other end. That probably helped. Now that makes me want to redo this one back here. Just back that up a little bit. Make a small adjustment to the height. So that's running the same as the others. Solve the problem. Perfect. Okay, let's run some screws on this other side. Get in there. There goes that right hand again. Oh, I hate that that stroke changed everything up as much as it did. Change to a drill driver, see if that doesn't help. Make things easier on your ears. Not much, did it? Okay. Screw it back to the inside. Come on, hand. Dang it. Okay. I might be able to hit this one left-handed. It might not be so bad. Yes, better. All right, guys, let me lug it back outside. Turn the camera again so you guys can see the update. See where we're at. There you go. Now we got the backrests on it. Next, we'll put the table right here in the center, put our slats on, armrests. We'll call this a day. Although I got to be mindful of the time. My boy has got to go to work at 1 o'clock. And that stinking truck has still got a bad transmission in it. Which is going to cost me about 6 benches to replace. See how I figured that out? I don't need $600 to put another transmission in. I need to make 6 benches. Once they're out the door, I got another training in the truck. Okay. Back up here again. All right. So now I want my table to be flush with my armrests over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a straight board, run all the way across here, and then I can take that measurement here and know where to cut my table slats. So let's find something long, what she said. Nothing like using a piece of walnut as a measuring stick to build something out of pallets. Remember where I set my tape down there. Over by the miter saw. Turn around, hand me that tape behind you. Never mind, you're going to work there. I'll cut it. Yes, it will. I'm going to cut those at 10 1/4. Yes, sir. And that's where our other pallet pieces are going to come into play. All that shit that we have with notches on it. Because if you're sitting on top of the table, you're dumbass that don't know how to sit on a piece of furniture. That's your fault. I don't know. Let's find out. Big Mex, what do you weigh? You don't mind me asking? I about to say, if you're pushing 400, we might just start hearing a lot of cracking, but 320, it's going to settle in a bit, but it'll hold you. Especially if, you see how I ran these pieces right here in the center? If you eliminated that and made this piece go straight across as a single piece on both sides, yeah, it definitely holds you. Most of the time I do them with a straight piece, but this time I had to do it all out of pallet wood. So I'm a little screwed. It's a little contortion from what I usually make. So that's okay because this is a couple of skinny college kids that are getting it. But the normal one, me and both of my boys can stand on it. My youngest is 11. He'll stand on the table, and each of us will stand on the seat, and it'll hold all of us. And I'm about 205 by myself. My middle son, Trevor, he's about 140. And call it another 100 for the youngest. There's a nail right there I need to get out before I run this through the table saw. See, I'm going to rip these down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this part off and then use these pieces for my table in the center. So I remember where the hell I put my pry bar at. I put it right next to the hammer. Where the hell did you put the hammer? Inside! Don't say it, please. I know. I'm going to have to dig that out. Haha. It looks like y'all are going to go have fun. I want to go. All right, watch your ears, guys. Sorry about that. That should give me more than enough to come across here and go down. Perfect. We'll run one more through there real quick. Watch your ears, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Now this time, use what's called referential measurement. Meaning I'm gonna Buck this up to where it goes. Get my tick marks where I need them to be and just cut to that length so that everything's custom fit. This is another way you're going to make sure everything is good to go. All right, miter saw, watch your ears. Hang on, that one's going to go right there. Clamp. Which I move again. Dumbass. Running out of clamps. Usually I can get this done with like 4. Most of the time, unless some wood's really warped on me and gets squirrely or something. Oh, hell no. My clamps are never where the hell I need them. Boom, baby. That's what's up. Now I'm using this old ratty pallet wood inside here because here in a minute I'm going to skin it with slats. So you're not going to see any of this anyway. All right, guys, one more screw. It's 1/4 to 1. If you guys want to stay on the stream and watch me finish this thing up, then I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But it's time for my boy to go to work. So I'm going to go drop him off real quick. I'll just leave the stream running, shut everything down, be back here in just a few minutes. See you in a bit. He's there. all the hell and 11 of you stuck around. And I had more people show up with it dark than you talking. Maybe I ought to shut the hell up and just let it run dark. Damn, that's funny. All right, so let me get my piece of walnut. Run it as a straight edge along the back. That'll give me the spot for my tabletops. Right here. There we go. Now this time, I gotta run a little different. So I need to go this way. And I'll pick them up in the back, level them out, and that will give me the way to measure for my last two big lumber cuts. Put on the table. Just like that. Give it one more around to make sure that I'm on a square foot where I want to be. How was the break? Glad to see y'all didn't burn the damn house down. Perfect. We'll mark off for our last two cuts. Miter saw, watch your ears, guys. Bammo. All right, now this time my screw is 3 inches, so it's going to blow out the inside when I screw this, but that's okay because all of this is going to be hidden underneath the tabletop, so it will never be exposed. So we're going to run with it just like that. Clamp toward the top and the back. So I've got room to drive my screw. Run 2 more screws in the back. Then we'll get ready to start putting slats on this thing. Call it a day. Just like that, the skeleton of our bench is complete. Time check. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours. But I had to go get my boy, take him to work, and do all kinds of stuff. So we'll call it. You probably get one of these done in about 3 or 4 hours. Set it down out here. Kind of move you guys a bit. See if I can get you in a spot where you can watch me put the slats on this thing. Stop memorizing my license plate. That's not even in my name anyway. Now, a lot of this isn't particularly sturdy at the moment, but once we add braces for the slats and the table, it stiffens up quite a bit because you got Christ bracing going on. But we need to shift tools a little bit. We're going to have to add it. No, you thought I was going to do it. Add a double foot. Fill up the old ketchup bottle. Also, this glue is kind of old. So I might give you guys a bonus hack. Yeah, it's a little old and goopy. But this glue is made of polyvinyl acetate. And because of that, I can squirt a little water in it, bring it right back to life. Let me douse a little water in this. literally for about 3/4 of a bottle of glue, I just went with the faucet, and that was enough. And that should refresh our glue pretty well. Oh yeah, much better. As I squirt it all over the ground like a heathen. Okay. Pallet boards are the name of the game. They don't look like crap. Let's find some good ones. Back to our other tool. For those of you that didn't join in earlier, this is the Upwood nail remover. Move the chat so I can see a little better. Let there be light. Yes, and there was light. If you'd like to, you're more than welcome to mute while I'm doing this, because I'm going to be cutting these pretty hard and fast. And then come back and I'm going to use my brad nailer along with some glue to just start tacking these down, and you'll see just how quickly this thing starts coming to life. Using 18 gauge 1.25" brads, a little wood glue. So mute if you want to, otherwise here we go. Hey, John. Yes, Mooney, 18 gauge. And my nailer, I'm just going to whip off some pallet slats, bring this thing to life, get ready to send it down the road to its new home. And collect that $100 bill. do that like so. We'll run some glue. Hope you guys can see, and my fat head ain't in the way. Doing good, John, if I can get that compressor shut up. And if you're just joining in and you don't know what that tool is, that's a denailer. You can order it on Amazon. That's where I got mine. I've had it about 2-3 years now. It runs great. It does exactly what it does, as advertised. Pine, good to see you. I've seen the chat starting to pop off. Usually means somebody showed up. I don't think I'm going to have enough to get 2 out of each one of these. So, let me score a line on one of these. We'll cut 3 real quick. Denail a few others. Keep on chugging. Thanks for sticking with me this long. But I hope in the grand scheme of things you can see, this didn't particularly take me a whole lot of time to get beat up. Which means that it shouldn't take you that much long or that long either. once you see how it's done, miter saw, watch your ears. Maybe about 2 or 3 more. Back slats. For the record, yes, I'm blowing nails all over the driveway. Yes, I'll probably throw them underneath the tires of the Chevy. But I got to put new tires on the truck anyway. So it doesn't particularly bother me anyway. Now I'm not taking the nails off the ends because I'm going to cut the ends off and use the center portion for my slats. All right, let's cut the back slats. Watch your ears, y'all. Run this miter saw. Use one of these as a template. Normally I'd set up a backstop, but I'm literally standing about 3 inches away from the camera, just outside of view. Maybe you can see my shoulder over here. So I'm working at a little bit of an awkward angle, but that's okay. Ain't bothering me too much. That's the worst thing that happens to me today. I bet I'll be all right. You want to talk to me about something after I'm done? Yeah, absolutely, Ricker. We're good. Right. I want to use the most stout ones for the seat. That one's already got backing underneath it. So we'll set that like so. So we got 3 of the 8 that we need for the backs. See. See what I mean? Not too bad. Alright. Let's get some nails on them seats. And we'll work on the backs and then get the armrests. And I would like to put a front on the table here. Reload! Cover, loading! We got some seats. Now put some backs on. Armrest. Means I need to cut about 5 more pallet slats. Or maybe I don't. I think I have some pre-cut maybe. Hey, there you go. Knock everything down. Knock down. Now they're not quite pre-cut. They are. They nailed that shit. So you can use one of the measure, chop them all at one time. Maybe bust this thing out, call it good. Does that sound good? What do y'all think? I'm going to cut these real quick. right. All right. For the individual spacing, because there's such a variation between pallets and the widths of the slats, I have a very specific approach. And that's that I'll nail one across the top, one across the bottom, and then equally space the other two in the middle, so that I get good visual spacing, rather than trying to set some standard dimension with a spacer block. You're just going to waste your time doing that. So, let's make her happen, Captain. If I wasn't using that compressor, we'd be here all day. I'm sorry, guys. Pull that staple out in a second. Oh, I'm too old to get down on the floor. Oh, come on. There we go. The other side. This is a really simple, no-brainer kind of project, isn't it? Ain't much to it at all. But you can just throw together with some trash wood. A little bit of folding money. Now when I do this side, I try to eyeball the other side so that I keep them on an even plane with each other as much as possible. If you guys are interested, I don't know if you are, but if you want to take a crack at smacking one of these together, I'll try to give you some of the dimensions that I used for the initial part, but I'm sure, as you can see, given that this is a salvageable project, variations may occur. So now we got a seat. We got a seat back. Oh, and that 15-degree angle feels so good. I'll tell you, it's so nice. Got another staple right there. It was just looking. Okay. So now I'll put some slats across the front, and I'll put a couple of armrest covers here. We'll be ready to call that boy and send it to the house. What are your thoughts so far? Like it? Don't like it? Think it's ugly? Easy to do? Too simple? Dear Mike, I visited your channel and was truly impressed on how beautifully you brought that table back to life. Such a perfect blend of restoration and creativity. Your step-by-step approach makes furniture flipping look both accessible and inspiring. Okay, I need a button. Let's go. Yeah, I guess I need that. All right. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some armrests on this thing. I've got two big, thick, sturdy ones that I got left from the pallet. I'm going to bang the nails out of this, and then I'm going to shape these. I'll show you how I do it. Actually, I might be able to get both out of one. I think I can. Let me knock these nails out. I'll give it a try. Maybe that's what did it for Viking. Maybe I need to get me a bam button. What's that other one you got? It might be good. No, I ain't gonna get two out of this. That part is, there's a huge crack. All right. Change of plans. Do I got any other pre-cuts? Let's do it that way. Y'all are sitting here staring at me and telling me, get it done already. And we'll do. Yes, sir. That'll do. I bet you $1 the one who sent me that message is probably some kind of sales pitch. I'd like to give you some advice about your videos and be able to give you maximize SEO with the greatest reach and impact, or I could sell you subs. I'll do my luck. Am I going to hit it with the sander? Yeah, but I'm not going to make you guys watch that. I'll try to keep it to the important parts best I can. use that sucker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said that like so. And that means I need to scribe it over here. Find my damn pencil. There it is. I watched your channel and I have noticed that one thing, your videos are not properly SEO optimized. Give me a sales pitch, baby. Let's go. Tell me all about it. Y'all hold tight. He's going to turn me into the next Mr. Beast. It's going to be amazing. And once he does, I don't know any of you something. I'm telling you, Mooney. Tell you the way you do it here in Texas. What are you waiting on? Permission slip? You need a damn hall pass? What's the holdup? It's gonna be all right, Mooney. Listen, I got this thing down to a rhythm now, and I properly advertise it to set the expectations so that nobody gets their ass in a tussle, thinking I'm gonna sell them something made by Sam Maloof or something garbage. They buy it, they take it to the house, they beat the hell out of it. They come back in a year or two and they buy another one. Or they send their classmates to come get it on. It's about the size of it. And it's a good little chunk of extra side income. It's not, am I going to get rich off the shit? No. But it's going to accomplish little things that make life easier. Like because of this, I'm going to finalize the amount of money I need to put the transmission in the truck. the exception of the sanding and dress work, she's done. Not too bad, huh? Pretty easy to do. Knocked it out of a few pallets. Now I'll call that old boy and he'll bring $100, load it in his truck, call it a day. This thing could be as fancy or as rustic, rugged as you want. Yeah? Don't take a whole lot to do, as you can see.
How's it going?
Doing all right, man. How about you?
Pretty good.
I live in a duplex, the neighborhood. Oh. His lady friend is taking a walk of shame. Y'all be quiet. He's got a hangover. So does she. Must have been a decent night. She didn't leave till like 2 o'clock. Damn. So who's going to make one? Matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? If y'all ain't got nothing else to do, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to set y'all up right here. Facebook Marketplace. Your bench is ready for pickup at your convenience, sir. Now let's message this other lady because she already wants me to make one. So she just came right out and popped off and said, I offered you $100. I make them to order. If you are interested, I can get one started. How does having it ready for pickup next Sunday sound? If not, I have a very rustic bench in my yard of a different style that you are welcome to take today. Let's see if I make a couple $100. What do you think? I'll be making some soon, but not out of pallets. When he says, so Mike, we're looking at 3 2x4s and 3 pallets roughly. Yeah, that'll probably get you done. Depending on how many slats you got on the pallet, yeah, that ought to get it. Oh, message back. That's my wife. Oh, he's a typing and a typing. Okay, cool. Next video. You damn right. Let's do it. Next video. Screw it. We're going to do this in one take. I'll cut it down and edit it and make it this week's video here in a little bit. Mooney, do I need to do the crosscut guide? Or do I need to show y'all how to make plastic dip? What y'all want to do? I see what you did, plywood. Nasty ass. Somebody throw something at plywood. While we wait on our bench people to come pick it up. Okay. Let's do plastic dip for the hell of it. Because I'm going to make a tool. I'm going to make a tool that I think you guys are going to be really useful. Or you're going to find it really useful. Next to the table saw, I imagine the miter saw is probably one of the doggone most dangerous things, especially when you start getting your fingers really close to it. You try to cut small parts, things like that. Let's see if we can't figure out a way around that. Give me a second, let me gather up some stuff. We're going to need a jug. Hello, Mark. Let me scoot down to the bench. See if I can get y'all to see better. Did that do it? Y'all see the bench okay? Hold on. Let's do it like so. Yeah. How about that? I got some water heating up. I'm going to sneak in behind you. Get to my chemistry set. Beaker, graduated cylinder. Where are my pipettes? That's an immersion thermometer. I don't need that. Test tube slides. Iodine solution. lovely glasses. There's our pipette. (190-degree) water. Ruined one of Mama's spoons. Y'all better thank me for this later. What color rubber do you want? Get your heads out of the gutter. Hey, June. Good to see you. Mark says, I really love the rustic look with the big chunks out of the edges. I like it. Red says Mooney. Oh, y'all heard it. What's the address? All right, our boy's on his way to come get his bench. Grab some red. I'm colorblind, so thankfully, my wonderful, beautiful, understanding son wrote the name of the colors on everything, so I know this is red. Okay. To make rubberized non-slip coating, you're going to need the following. Some very, very warm water. I think that's about 140 degrees. 20 multein borax boric acid. You need a little bit of that. You're going to need a little cornstarch. Something to color it. Some way to measure. So let's do it like so. I'm going to start with my dry ingredient. (20 multein borax you can find at the grocery store in the laundry detergent section. As soon as I get that tab out of the way, I'm going to get 1 spoon borax. I'm going to take 2 spoons, maybe 3, because that was a heaping thing. A little more. Of some hot water. And then I'm going to stir that up for a hot minute till it dissolves. And we have a suspension of borax in our water. Let that thing do what it's doing. Sorry, back and forth with the people. I don't think I got enough water in there. Let's just douse it so we get a good suspension. I'll probably botch this up because I probably just messed it up with too much water, but let's find out. And that seemed to dissolve pretty fine, so I'm going to throw just a little more borax in there for fun. Y'all following along? Messenger's blowing up. A third person. 5.5 feet across. All right. Now that we've got all of that dissolved up in our suspension, I got a little sawdust in it too, but I don't care. We'll take 2 spoons cornstarch. Shake that just a little, get it wet, and then we're going to leave it. We need to let that sit for 15 to 30 seconds. Add a little bit of our rojo. That probably wasn't enough. It probably ended up pink, Mooney. I'm sorry. While that's setting up, we're going to get us a stir stick. That's probably good enough. Just make her happen, Captain. And just start stirring like crazy. Now, the last thing we need, wood glue. Now again, we're going to let that sit for a while. Give it just a little oopy-doo. Let it start setting up. The reaction that we're looking for is your wood glue has an active ingredient of something called polyvinyl acetate. Polyvinyl acetate is an ionic compound, which means that if it has something it can hook onto that's next to it, it's going to hook onto it. The borax is what it's going to hook onto. And it's got a dangly arm on each end of it, on the molecule. So once it has its moment, it will hook onto one borax on one end, one borax on the other end, and then that borax will grab onto another PVA, in turn that PVA will grab onto another borax, and so on and so forth, to create what's called a polymer chain. I could already tell you I got too much water in here. But we'll keep on stirring, see what happens. Boy, it's sure trying. I don't know if y'all could see that. It's turning into this goop. Yeah, it's too much. Too much water. We gotta add the other ingredients to get it going. Oh, that was way too much water. My God. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh, this is gonna explode. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, it's coming around now. Y'all better watch it. A little bit more thickener in there. And after you've done this a few times, you get used to what you're looking at. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. See what it did in there? See it starting to goop up? I'm going to try not to make a mess all over the damn bench. Find something nasty to put this on. Dude, okay. And the more we mix this up, the more of those polymers are going to bind together. I'm glad, plywood. There's going to be a test when I'm done. Get this out of there. Got a little bit of a primordial soup going on. Now, we want to squish all that together best we can. And the more we do, the tighter everything bonds up. This does take quite a bit. But what you end up with out of it all squeeze off the extra water. That's what I messed up. I put too much water in it. On. Not yet. It's starting to bounce. As this thing cures, it will continue to get harder and harder and vulcanize itself with the polymer until literally when it's all done, it'll be a super ball. That is not seeming. Not enough PVA to catalyze. CNG, how you doing? set that in there. I'm going to try to clean off my area here. I'm going to scrape that into my trash can. Just a second. Yeah, that's setting up well. I just didn't give it enough time or enough glue. So let's get to work. Good to see you, C&G. We're doing science! Because why the hell not? Yeah, I threw way too much water in here. All right. Benchman says he is on his way. So as this continues to sit, it does take it a while, but eventually, damn it, I'm rushing it too fast is what I'm doing. The polymer chain finishes building itself. I'm gonna leave that in there and let it set up a little longer. And then it becomes polymerized PVA rubber, which is the same stuff they make Super Balls out of. But in the meantime, and in between time, let's follow me around while we make something that might save your fingers on the miter saw. That sound good? No, actually what you want to do is not let it cure entirely all the way. Once it fully polymerizes, then it starts turning more like Play-Doh, and you can shape it around whatever it is you need to do. For example, if you're going to shape it around a push stick or something like that, and then let it cure, and it'll rubberize and turn into Super Ball stuff. It just takes it quite a while for it to do it. That was a bad experiment for me to try on live, but yes, you said that. You're on your way. I got it. All right. Let's save your fingies. How about that? Y'all see my board here? I want to pick an arbitrary measurement right here. I'm going to chop that off right there, and we're going to do a little sculpting in a second. Watch your ears. I'm about to run the miter saw. Another thing that might be kicking it off crazy like that is the temperature. What is it in here right now? 102. Well, that may be affecting it. All right. So take you a block like so. You're going to trace yourself out a Y shape. And I'm going to do my damnedest to do this, but I previously was not left-handed before the stroke. I'm going to do my damnedest here. Okay. That Y shape, y'all can see that. And then just like that. Make the bottom a little easier for you to see. There you go. So we're going to cut out this shape real quick. I'm going to go over the bandsaw to do that. Give me just a minute. I'll do, and we'll watch it over here. Maybe. Okay. So we've got a Y shape like that. You got my work boots? I love these things. It's 102 out here. Kiss my butt. All right. So now I've got this Y shape thingy, right? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut just like so. And I'm going to cut a curve in it. Just like that. So that I'm left with a point here, and a point here. Show you what's up. Give me just a minute. Okay, so I put a curve in it. I've got 2 points of contact down here, and I got one more back at the back. I'm going to smooth this out with the sander real quick so you can see better. Good enough. So now I have this curved piece of wood with 1 point, 1 point, and 1 point here. Turn you over to the miter saw and let's show you how you can use this thing so it works out really good for you. Try to get you in real close so you can see what the hell's going on. That'll do. That'll do, don't care. All right. So let's say I need to cut something incredibly small. This. I don't want my finger right here trying to hold this thing while I'm making that cut, right? That doesn't make no sense. It's going to be stupid. What this 3-point does is I set it here, I rest it here, and I hold down my piece with that third leg so that I can easily make my cut. But you see what happened? It bit, it caught, and it threw the piece out, but my finger was never in danger because of this. This lets me hold on to really, really small pieces and keep them in place while I'm at the miter saw. Try to do something else. See how this works? And if you don't mind marring things up, you can drive a nail and have a pinprick sticking out of each of these. You can dip the rubberized stuff that I was talking about, the plastic dip. You can put that on each of these for nonstick. This will save your tail to keep you from nipping your fingers off. This will give you all of what you need to hold on without having to get close to that blade like you know you don't want to. What do you think, guys? That help you some? Hey, Mike. Send y'all back out. So if you guys make one of these Y-shaped pieces of wood, I promise you you're not going to regret it. And you could use it any way you need to. You could use this fork to hold your piece. You can spin it around and give yourself purchase on this side to hold down with that third part like this. It's great. It really is. Hopefully that helps somebody. Whoo-wee. Let me see what's going on in marketplace land. I heard I got another message. Cool. I'd like to get one next weekend, says Timothy. Jared says, I'm on my way to pick it up. Suzanne says, yes, I'd like to order one to have it picked up next weekend. Whew. I'm grabbing cash and heading your way. I got a trailer with a pickup on its way 3 minutes to pick up one. Hold on. They're made to order. I don't have one ready, but I can next weekend. Jeez. These benches sell, guys. Those benches sell like crazy. And yes, I could probably make a little more than $100 a pop off them. But I'm sure you can see, having watched me make that one, it's pretty easy to batch out the process if I'm going to. And if you're not going to follow Mooney's example and make it out of pallet wood like I did that one today, half a dozen fence pickets and 5 2x4s and you're out the door, you're done. If you want to go that route, you're probably $35 in it in wood. Mike, you want to see it? Give me a second, I'll spin it around here so you can look at it. Little old rustic bench with a table in the middle of it. There you go. Think the pallet wood has a better look? It really does. It really does. But if I get all of my wood staged up, I mean, I have, with the help of, now, let me add the caveat of, with the help of my 15-year-old son coming out here to do minor things such as hand me that piece or hand me my nail gun or handing me my screwdriver. Then it's only a matter. I could batch out 6 or 8 of these. Hey, bunch of guys here. Be right back.
How's it going, man?
Doing good. How you, boss?
All right.
Better than I deserve, right? Let's get you loaded up, man.
All right. Oh. I'll grab one side.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I never did do snack stuff. You know, there's a lot of people. I just went to a lot of it. You got an extra 50, it's good to set up. I'll get you a good snack. I'm pulling excavators, bulldozers, 20,000 pounds of thing. You know, I ain't never done this in my life. I work on a ranch. I'm going through the river and going all driving and just, I think it's like, if I used to pull, you know, anytime when anything messes up, I've learned this. I took your trailer last week and something went wrong. Yeah, sure. Appreciate it.
You bet. Have a good weekend.
Sure.
And that's how it's done, guys. What do you think of that? Nice when you can make things for family and friends, nice gifts. Absolutely. Is it advertised on Marketplace? Yes, it is. I keep a standing ad on Marketplace telling people that they're rustic, they're made to order, and message me if they want one so that I can figure out the details. Mr. Gandara. Oh, I don't care. It's Texas. If they come over here and act stupid, I'll just shoot them. Leave them now. All right. That's a joke. That's a joke. Oh, now all of a sudden I got to be cue ball. Okay. You're just mad because I'm aerodynamic. That's what's wrong. So there we are. 4.5 hours from a bunch of pallets and a couple of 2x4s to $100 in my pocket. I hope this inspires you. Hope you get to do the same. Rick, I don't need nothing of you. Give me your feedback. Leave a comment on this live. Lord, please. I want these things to be helpful for folks. And I keep having to put them on private or something because there's a lot of people watching, but then there ain't no comments. There's no likes. There's nothing on them. Doesn't do anybody that good, you know? A second, put away everything. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, God. Yep, it's Super Bowl. It cured too fast because it's so hot in here. Temperature's 102. But if you did this in your living room, I think you can see where it goes. There's plenty. If you look up and make a Super Bowl, if you want me to redo this for a video, I'm certainly able to do that. But it was just too hot this time. It kind of fell apart. But it is rubbery and bouncy, that's for damn sure. It won't stick to anything for a non-stick pad right now. So how about I do this? If anybody feels the hankering to do so. 2 seconds. Bam. Bam. All right, give it a couple seconds to come across from StreamYard. But I left the link if you'd like to join me on the panel or you got any questions. Let's get you guys making these things. Let's make some money this summer. What do you think? Another thing you may not have considered when you took a look at it, if you got a couple of pillows from the big lots, threw them on there. Are you crazy? That thing would sell for twice as much. You had some pillows on it. How many 2x4s did you say it takes to make one of those? The one I made today, it only took 3. But that's because I spent, oh geez, I got to imagine probably an hour and 15 minutes of live just breaking down pallets so I could get the rest of the wood. All in all, if you got 5, maybe half a dozen 2x4s and some fence pickets, you're good to go. Without a care in the world. If you guys built that for your local market, how much would you put on it? What would your price be? I specifically keep mine at $100 for the moment, just so I can incentivize them to jump on it quickly and not have to hem-haw and talk to mama and check the bank and all the rest of that. Ricker says, I tried at 150, but I'm guessing between 75 and 100 is how they sell. I have no doubt and have done it before. I can't find a good seat to save my life. I'm going to pull up the bucket. Hell with it. That ain't going to work. Shit. Hold on a minute. Let me figure my old ass out. Place to sit down. too damn old to be standing up for 5 hours in a row. If only I had a damn bench. Damn, like a garden bench with a table on it. Shit, I could have a drink. Shit. You know what? I know what to do. Hell with this, I'm going to sit on the bench. There we go. We'll do it this way. I made loads of mirrors and coat racks, just gave them as presents. Yeah, I've done that too, quite a bit. What about your area? What do you think you sell it for, Dad? I have no problem thinking that I could get $150, $200 for them sometimes. Especially if they ask me, like, they'll ask me to custom paint them. I've got another one advertised. It's called Farmhouse Style, where the slats, the armrest, and the table, I'll stain it with walnut stain and paint the rest of it white. They'll go gaga over that, but I charge $250 for that. Or they'll ask for it to be a custom color, or sometimes they'll tell me something like, can we get our family's last name carved into one of the boards on the seat back, or, you know, a little customization, shit like that. Of course, that all adds a little bit of revenue to it and a little bit of time. But the base unfinished model like that one just flew out the door, $100. You ain't bothering me a bit. I was going to be out in the shop anyway, so God forbid I make $25 an hour doing it. Think when you're selling first item, you have thoughts of people think they're worth buying. Damn right. Listen, everybody does it. I was guilty of it. Man, nobody gonna pay $100 to the man. It's just a bunch of damn pallets. Give $50. Everybody does that. They do. But you're looking at it from the ability to be able to build it. And the first thing you need to consider when you're thinking of how to build it is the materials. So when you look at it, you just see a bunch of damn pallets. Well, are you going to factor in any of your time, any of your effort, any of the little things you've picked up along the way? Those are skill sets. Charge for them. I promise you, before they came over there and look, it was 3 pallets. And that's all it was going to be, was 3 pallets, until you put your hands on it and made it into something. So by God, give some value to that. It's easy to sell yourself short until you build confidence. Yeah, absolutely. And now I have the unfortunate fortune of now next weekend I got to build 4 of them. But that's another $400. Now take that math. Let's do that for a little bit. Why would you sell 3 hours worth of work for $100 when you could get $200? Well, now if next week I sell 4 of them, let's say on average every weekend I make and sell 2. That's 2 by 52 weeks. That's $10,400 that I earned in income off of putting around out here in the shop, which was I was going to do that shit anyway. Thank you, Mooney. Appreciate it. If anybody told you that they'd give you $10,000 to do what you was going to do anyway, would you turn it down because you want $15,000? Shit, no. Give me damn money. I'm going to do my best. Who amongst the people watching the live right now is good with drawing up plans or CAD or something like that? I'll give you guys the dimensions of exactly what the hell I made. And if somebody will draw it, then we'll get free plans for everybody. I want all of you guys making these damn things. And I want you making some damn money off. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me get back over here. Y'all know how to screenshot on your computer or your phone? You know how to do that? If you know how to screenshot, take a screenshot of this. Now, once you got that screenshot, I'm going to give you the cut list. Let me know when you're ready. Get a pencil and jot it down. Or somebody type it in the chat or something. The two long stringers at the bottom, if you're looking at the picture while you're listening to me talking, it'll help a lot. The two long stringers at the bottom are 56 inches long. Those can be changed depending on how scrawny or how wide body the person you're selling it to is. If they are particularly, it's the best way to say it, thick, robust, change the 2x4s to 2x6s. So now you got those two long ones at 66 inches. You need 4 pieces, 18 inches long. Square on one end, 18 cutting back 15 degrees on the other end. You'll need 4 of those. Tack all that together. That will make both of your seats and the space for your table. 66. Sorry about that. I was thinking 5'6" and I said 56. I'm an idiot. Now your front leg is 23 inches long square. The armrest is 21 3/4 with that 15-degree bevel cut on the back. And your diagonal crooked back leg is a parallelogram measuring long to short, 24 3/4. So it's got a 15 on each end like so. And then your 4 seat backs. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You make the rectangle with the 66 and the 18s, and then from the inside of those edge pieces, measure 18 inches, and that's where you put the other 2. So 18 in from this side, 18 in from the other side, and that's the center portion for your table. Then for the seat backs, you take 1 stud, you cut it into quarters. And given that you've watched this live for 4 hours and 54 minutes, I bet from there you can figure out the rest. Got it? Of course, Mooney, I want to see what the hell it looks like when you're done, if that's possible. Send it to me. I'm going to put my email in them. Hold on, let me get my keyboard. I'm going to put my email in the chat. I want to see them when y'all are finished with them. Yes, all the angles are 15 degrees, Rickard. There we go. That's my email address. Send them to me. Let me see them. And then the last thing I'm going to ask, if you make one, this is a humble, it's a big ask, but you can pay me back. If you end up starting to make them and you end up selling them, I want you to take the proceeds from the first one and I want you to click on DeLand's Wounded Warrior Project link and I want you to kick that money in there for the first one. Would y'all do that for me? I hope you would. Just the first one. I don't care if you sold it for $40 or $400. DeLand's doing an amazing thing. He's almost $2,000 on the goal. And it'd mean a lot to me. So I hope you guys will consider it. Make the first one, sell it, and then put that money into DeLand's fundraiser. I think 5 hours is damn long enough. What do you think? Taste is at 104. That's too damn hot in here. Do you guys need the link? It is. The Wounded Warrior Project fundraiser that DeLand's been pushing. I'd appreciate it a lot, money. Ricker, that's fine. I understand. Some of you are going to be building these just to make bills. Believe me. After I had that stroke and I was down and out of work for damn near 7 months, I promise you, these damn bitches paid more bills than I care to even get. They genuinely did. There was more times than I'd like to admit. There was plenty of times that those benches kept the damn lights on. Kept gas in the car. So I get it. Guys, I think I'm going to get the hell out of here. I'm going to go sit down in the air conditioner for a little bit because I'm getting hot. Thank you for hanging with me as long as you have. And it's 15. There's still 13 people in here. Damn, nation. I'm going to do my best, try to get that video out for my crosscut jig that I made. I'll get that edited up tonight. It'll probably come out late this evening. Ricker, you got me on Facebook. Message me, we'll figure out what we got to do. Again, one parting thought. The rich man does not have more than he needs. The rich man needs less than he has. Make do with what you got. Keep tuning in to me. I'll try to show you every way I can. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. Hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Take care.